We better take the north trail.
Well, that's richer-looking country at the south, Boone.
Maybe so. But that land belongs to the Indians. There's plenty of hunting and trapping without bothering them.
Too good to waste on redskins. They've got no more right to it than we have anyway.
You're wrong there. They were on this land first. They've been driven back now till they hate the sight of every white man. And I aim to leave them alone.
And they told us you were the best guide in the country. Afraid, eh?
You know better than that, Hackett. If you take that trail, there'll be more warfare. There's Indians all around.
We're taking the South Trail. The sooner we kill off the Indians, the better it'll be for all of us.
My name's Coakley. Call me Davy Crockett. Oh, I heard of you. Say you're a good shot. I'm pretty good myself. I'll shoot you for that skin you got hanging there. If I was a gambling man, you'd lose, Coakley. Is there any beaver up ahead? Plenty. That's Indian country. We don't trap on their land. We don't. Listen, I trap anywhere I please. Is your hair on pretty tight? My hair's all right. Let me tell you something. I've been killing Indians for the past 20 years. I can do a little scalping myself. You'll have to kill a lot more of them if you do any trapping where you're heading.
This is our land. It is the land of our forefathers. We keep it.
We've heard all that before. This powwow isn't getting us any place. Let's start trapping.
You'll pay for this.
White men come, I shoot.
Wait. It's our friend Buffalo Bill.
The Ravenhead nation has no friends. White men promise peace, then murder our women. White men take our land. White men come again, I shoot.
No. Watch them. I go counsel with the tribe.
Buffalo. Don't do that. This is the Ravenhead country. I'll get permission from the chief.
Why should we have to ask an Indian every time we want to get some buffalo meat? They're running wild around here.
Yes, but these happen to be on Indian territory. You boys wait here.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get me a buffalo. There's plenty for everybody.
This is going to mean more trouble with the Indians.
White men forget promise. Kill our buffalo.
I believe, Colonel Beckett.
A message, Colonel, from the squadron.
My compliments to Major Armstrong. He will ride with the right flank. Take up position near that mesa and charge. You understand?
Yes, sir.
This is their last stand. Our troubles will soon be over. Last Elk, as a soldier, I admire you and your people. No person may be ashamed of fighting for what he thinks is right. Peace has come. Never again will the Ravenhead nation be interfered with by white men. The government of the United States has set aside lands. Look, for 20 miles, north and south, east and west, it belongs to your tribe for all time. This land has been given you in the hope that your people will multiply and prosper.
The words of a great brave are short, but they last through all the moons of time. Last Elk and his people depend on the promise of a Colonel Beckett. Oh.
Well, this looks like the place they told us about. Yep, this is it. Looks like there's plenty of water and good grazing land. You gotta move. We're staking out a homestead here.
Here, Ravenhead country.
The Indian thinks he can keep land when the white man wants it.
Don't try to fight them. Father will be coming for me pretty soon, and he'll attend to these outlaws.
You men stake the claim and I'll start pitching camp. We'll show the Indian who owns this land.
Father, these men are trying to stake a homestead here.
You can't stay here, stranger. This is Indian land.
We're here, and we ain't moving for no redskin.
It isn't healthy here for reservation jumpers. Now put up your hands. Hold them up. Now get to your horses and dig out of here.
made it.
Texas Ranger, we shouldn't have done this. We better get moving.
Daddy! Daddy!
We bring it, son. Someday, you'll be a Texas Ranger. Won't you?
You know I want to be just like you, Dad.
Good. The Indians need protection. Help them all you can. You'll be glad. I'm glad I helped you.
If your father could see you today, Tom, he'd be proud to know that you successfully carried out his traditions, those of the Texas Ranger. It gives me great pleasure to present you with the same badge your father wore so well. I hereby promote you Ranger Captain.
Thanks, General.
And I'm sure if your Indian friends of the Ravenhead Reservation had anything to say about it, they'd make you governor of the state.
Hey! About! Hey! Couldn't you wait until dinner time to get your pie? Give it to me. And never let me catch you stealing your mother's pies again. Vamos. Why, hello, Honest Uncle. I was just passing by and I sort of admired your pie.
Oh, Mr. Tom, I know you like pie. Come in.
Oh, no, I can't, Honest Uncle. I'm busy.
No pie?
Where's Featherfoot?
He go see Indian agent, Mr. Adams.
Oh, Indian agent. Oh, wait here. Hello, Featherfoot.
Hello. Charlie Cottonwood, 300.
Check.
John Big Wheel, 500.
Check.
Here is 450 more.
The tribe has collected $28,000. Blackwing, you tell your people they should be proud. In 1 year, by pooling their savings, they are now able to buy enough farm equipment to make them the most prosperous reservation in the country.
I start for city soon as you are ready.
They'll give you the tractors as soon as you deliver the money. Tom!
Hi, Adam.
That plan of yours worked out better than we expected. The Indians have raised $28,000. And Featherfoot's on his way now to accept delivery of the tractors.
With all that money?
You don't think that anybody's...
Why, somebody's liable to hold him up. You should have notified me.
Who did this?
White men ride away.
Well, they left some pretty plain tracks for us to follow, Tony.
It's too bad they didn't have this in larger bills. It would be easier to count.
Yeah.
Happy landing, boys. Ha! That's enough of that. Come on. Get up out of there and we'll get that money back to the reservation. Come on, get on out of there. Get out.
And this not first of many times that our white brother Tom Morgan has proved himself friend of Ravenhead Nation, even as his father was our friend before him. Always he has been with us in spirit. Now let our brother drink from sacred cup, that his blood may be one with ours. Rise, O white brother. Let our white brother be known henceforth as Hotan, spirit son of Ravenhead.
Hotan! Hotan! Hotan!
Swift and sure as the feet of your horse, you are Hotan, the miracle rider. Only in honor may you ever be chief of our nation. But let him be as close to your hearts as your own chief who stands here before you. Blackwing has spoken.
My brothers, when the heart is full, the tongue speaks idle words. All I can say is that we have been always like brothers. We grew up together, and nothing can ever change me.
Why is it that Longboat does not stay with my father to complete the welcome of his white brother to our tribe?
The daughter of Blackwing works her fingers to make welcome for him.
Is she no welcome for one of our own people?
Yes, Longboat, for those who don't poke their noses into business that does not concern them.
Tom, a most impressive ceremony, Mr. Morgan. On behalf of my fellow rangers, I want to congratulate you.
Thank you, Mr. General.
You know a good man when you see one, don't you, Blackwing?
Blackwing know all kind of men when he see them.
The whole district is indebted to you for your splendid work among the Indians. And I want you to remember one thing, that you're just as welcome at my ranch as you are here.
Blackwing's daughter bring greetings to his white brother?
You mean big brother. Look here, young lady. This one of us stop being mad.
Stand very still and close your eyes.
Hey, that's pretty.
What happened at the reservation?
Splendid. They made Morgan a chief.
That's bad. It'll be much harder to get the Indians off the reservation now.
Any messages?
Not yet, but London flashed a standby signal about 10 minutes ago.
That must be the wireless now. Better than getting oil out of the ground, isn't it, Carlton?
But if anyone ever finds that you're shipping X-94 in those oil trucks...
They won't. I'll be the world's most powerful man. Every government needs X-94 for their army and navy. Kings and queens will be at my feet. And to think, the richest deposit of X-94 is on the Ravenhead Reservation. But until we get those Indians out of there, we'll never be able to mine it in large quantities. Has Metzger made any progress?
I think he has something very interesting to show you in the laboratory.
Oh, well.
Zara, come here. Look. The next war will be won with bullets like these. There's enough X-94 in one of these to give it the explosive power of a 3-inch shell.
Yes, I know all that, but have you eliminated the smoke?
I'll show you. Come here. The first shot's an ordinary bullet. The second is loaded with X-94. Shoot into the dirt by those old boilers.
Not right yet. Too much smoke.
Longboat on the secret phone.
Yes? Tom Morgan tells Blackwing not to move the tribe.
See here, Longboat. You speak Blackwing's language. Now, you got to make him understand that his reservation is cursed with evil spirits. And his people will suffer from mysterious attacks of the Firebird if they don't leave. You get that?
Huh?
You've got to frighten them off of the reservation.
I don't think that Indian can be trusted.
He's afraid to cross me. I know he's a half-breed. And if that information ever leaks out, he'll never become chief.
Longboat a chief?
Sure. Didn't I promise to make him one? Metzger, if we don't get those Indians off of the reservation...
I understand.
Look! The Firebird has struck! Come! Everybody! The Firebird! The evil one! The evil one!
It worked! Turn it on the haystack!
See the fire!
Firebird is enemy of Ravenhead's. Did he not destroy the loom of Nampi? Soon he will burn our lodges. The evil spirit is angry. The Ravenheads are cursed. Go from this land to place
where breath of Firebird will not follow. Does the longboat have heart of coyote? Can we fight the Firebird, whose flaming tongue strikes us from the sky? This land ours, given us by great White Father. We not move.
Hell! Hell! Haystack burning! Firebird strike!
Our white brother will know what to do.
Good. The Indians are on the verge of open revolt, but Blackwing is stubborn.
You see this model? Metzger has the full-size rocket glider ready in the cave. I control it here by wireless.
I don't understand.
Today the Indians tasted the tongue of the Firebird. Tonight, they'll feel its claws.
Our gods are angry. The Firebird burns our fields. We must leave this reservation. This land is cursed. Our chief says no. You are fools. Go before it is too late. My people are restless. They are afraid.
There's nothing supernatural about it. What are you doing here, Longboat?
Longboat trails Firebird.
You better come with me.
After the scare the Indians got last night, the reservation would be deserted now if it wasn't for the influence Morgan has over Blackwing. Now, you've got to get rid of Morgan.
But he's a Texas Ranger. That's risky business.
Well, he's going to take that truckload of X-94 to the city. Now, you transfer to the truck. Take off your disguise, and you're just a relief driver for the Zoroff Oil Company. And no one will ever suspect you.
What do you want us to do?
Stand by Chapman in case anything goes wrong.
Right.
We searched all night, couldn't find any trace. But I know that howling bird is a man-made airship.
My people will not believe. Even Longboat, who search with you, does not believe.
Our gods are angry. The Firebird will strike again.
This is getting serious. Something must be done.
Firebird gives us no peace. He strikes us down in the dark. The tribe should move if they would enjoy peace.
You realize, Longboat, that you're trying to separate your people from the lands of their forefathers?
I only understand that this land is cursed. out, Tom!
Here he comes.
Morgan! Chapman must have lost his nerve.
These X-94 shells ought to stop him. Headed for Ranger headquarters.
He's going for help.
Where's Hatton?
Morgan must have got him.
The brakes are gone!
Wait a minute. You blow the truck to smithereens.
What do we care?
Garth told us to get Morgan, didn't he?
Tom's horse?
Something must have happened.
Where's Tom, Tony?
Where is he, boy?
Tom's in trouble.
Wait a minute. You blew the truck to smithereens. What do we care? Garth told us to get Morgan, didn't he? That's the end of Morgan.
And the end of one of the boss's oil trucks, too. What does Zaroff care about an oil truck? We finished Morgan, didn't we?
Hey, duck for cover, quick.
Hey, Tom!
Are you all right?
Yes. Someone disguised as an Indian killed Chief Blackwing. Shot him with an arrow. I was hot after him until he transferred to... Blackwing's murderer must be down the road a ways. Provided his pals hasn't picked him up. What do you mean, pals? 3 fellas riding bay horses. You try and find him. I'm following another clue. Right.
And if I hadn't have jumped Mr. Zaroff, I'd be right where Morgan is now, blown to pieces. Of course, I hated to lose that truck and the load of X-94.
Forget it. With Morgan and Blackwing out of the way, we'll have the Indians off the reservation in no time. And we'll be able to mine X-94 by the train loads. Well done.
Morgan!
Blown to pieces, eh?
But I saw the truck explode. He couldn't have lived through it.
Show him in, Carlton. Now, here's the story you're going to tell Morgan.
Oh, hi, Carlton.
Glad to see you, Morgan. Come right in.
You understand? My driver just told me what happened. Pretty expensive business, Morgan, having an oil truck blown up.
Pretty risky, too, Zaroff.
I don't understand.
Maybe the driver here can explain.
All I know, boss, is what I told you. An Indian stuck me up with a gun and told me to keep going. Then Morgan jumped on. And when he and the Indian started fighting and broke the air brakes, I left.
Well, I would have done the same thing myself. Who was this Indian?
Chief Blackwing's murderer.
Chief Blackwing murdered? Why would anyone want to kill him? That's all, Molly. Sit down, Morgan. The Ravenhead Nation has always been so peaceful. It amazes me, an Indian killing his chief.
A white man killed Chief Blackwing. Someone trying to drive the Indians off the reservation.
Well, how could anyone benefit by that?
That's what I'm going to find out.
How about that land owned by Emil Jans over on the other side of the mountain?
I don't understand.
Wouldn't Jans stand to make a fortune if the unrest of the Indians forces the government to acquire it?
Oh, ridiculous. He's a respectable citizen. That's unthinkable.
Well, gentlemen, I was in hopes that I could get some information here, and I see that I was mistaken.
The Indians are very fortunate in having a man like you on the job, Morgan. And if there's anything that I can do to help, don't hesitate to call on me.
I won't.
Wait, you fool. There's plenty of time for that. Would you put him out of the way before he serves our purpose?
Well, what do you mean?
Already he's beginning to suspect Jans of having killed Blackwing. Well, that suits us. But when Ranger Morgan goes the same way Blackwing did, It would suit us better if they suspected...
Jans.
Yeah.
I've got to hand it to you, Zaroff.
Blackwing has gone to the happy hunting ground. Had he heeded the wisdom of Longboat, he would not now be lying slain by the Firebird. He would lead his people out of this land, away from the curse that lies over it. Let Longboat lead his brothers where the Firebird will not follow.
There you are, Adam. These Indians will never give you any peace until they get away from this reservation. They've been coming in and out of my store for 20 years, so I ought to know Indian. I'm sorry about your father, Ruth. If there's anything I can do to...
Thank you, Mr. Jans. Has Tom come back?
You've been brave, my child.
I'm a Ravenhead. I must be as brave as Blackwing, my father, who was struck down by this arrow.
Sit down, Ruth.
My brothers make Longboat their chief. He will lead you away from the curses of the Firebird.
Wait, brother. I'm Morgan. Chief Ranger. Hello, Tom.
Enough of that kind of talk, Longboat. Brothers, listen to me. For I speak with a bleeding heart. Blackwing was your chief as well as my chief. But I, your white brother, will bring to justice the slayer of our chief.
Already much time has passed.
When? Patient. A day or two.
We wait 2 days. Thank you, brother.
Ruth has a piece of evidence that might help you, Tom. The arrow that killed her father.
It doesn't belong to this country. No Ravenhead made it.
Why, it's gone.
Who's been in here?
Only Emil Jans.
He sells those arrows in his store, doesn't he?
That's where I've seen that kind of an arrow before.
Everything works perfectly now. I'll show you. It's just a matter of interlocking coils. I've already made the same change on the full-size glider in the cave.
Is the radio control apparatus in order?
Perfect. You can control the glider either from here or from your study.
All right, let's try it. Metzger, you're a genius.
Longboat just phoned that Jan's got the arrow, and Morgan is following him into town.
Good. Morgan's playing right into our hands. See that he doesn't get the arrow.
But why? If he finds it on Jan?
That's just it. We don't want Morgan to convict him. We wanted him to suspect him. And then when we get rid of Morgan, everybody will blame Jans. Now send Chapman to Jans' store right away.
I'm just as anxious to get that arrow as Zaroff. My fingerprints are on it.
Blackwing and Tom Morgan out of the way, but not with an arrow from my store.
I don't get you, boss. Didn't you take this out of stock and kill Blackwing? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, hello, Tom. I want to see Jan. Well, Mr. Jan is pretty busy. Is there anything I can do?
No. Are you looking for me?
Yes, I am. If you step in your office, I'll tell you what I want.
I'm pretty busy, Morgan. Perhaps we can talk here.
Well, if you'd rather talk in public, it's all right with me. But what I want to know of you is, why did you take that arrow from the agency office?
What arrow, Morgan? You're mad.
You wouldn't mind humoring me while I search the place, would you?
This is silly, Morgan. I tell you I know nothing about the missing arrow.
What's wrong, Tony?
Why, it's gone.
Sorry I had to spill you, Tony. I'm better than getting shot. What did you do with that arrow?
I don't know anything about it.
What did you run it from John's store for?
You'll never find out.
You might as well tell me who you're taking orders from. Better than rotting in jail.
The boss would kill me if I squealed.
Oh, so you are working for the man that's trying to drive the Indians off the reservation. Is it Jan's? headed for your hideout.
One false move and you'll never see your pals again.
Couple of more scares with this glider. There won't be any Indians left on the reservation. Don't touch that. You shoot that thing out of here like a rocket.
What do you mean if I just...
Look who's coming. It's Chapman.
And he's bringing in Morgan. Good work, Chapman.
Yeah, how did you do it?
That's right. Turn him up. Turn around there. Turn around.
So that's the Firebird that's been scaring the Indians.
We've got to notify Zaroff.
Yes? What? Morgan's on the glider?
Morgan's on his last ride.
But you're not going to wreck the glider.
Anything to get rid of Morgan. We've got to notify Gale.
Yes? What? Morgan's on the glider?
Morgan's on his last ride.
But you're not going to wreck the glider.
Anything to get rid of Morgan.
I crash Morgan. I find the wreckage of the glider and hide it.
But why hide it? No one knows who the glider belongs to.
Right. But Jans is the man that is being suspected of trying to drive the Indians over the reservation.
And if everyone thought that Jans killed Morgan, pretty smart, Zaroff.
With that ranger out of the way, Longboat ought to be able to talk the tribe into moving off of the reservation without any trouble.
Good boy, Tony. Now we're going back and take a good look at that thing they call the Firebird. It's been scaring the Indians around here. Get!
I've already notified him that it was impossible to mine X-94 in large quantities until we get rid of the Indians.
Wireless his message. We'll be able to ship 200 tons shortly. And 200 tons a week thereafter. Zaroff. Soon they'll say about me, he's the most powerful man in the world. Get back to the reservation right away. Tell the Indians the Firebird is going to strike again. Tell them anything but scare them off the reservation.
How about Morgan?
Morgan is finished.
Now Longboat will soon be chief.
Never mind. I know Jans is busy, but this time he's going to see me. How are you, Morgan? What can I do for you? Sit down. Jans, cut out the posing. Posing? Just why you're trying to run these Indians off the reservation. Well, but I'm not. What reason could I possibly have? Well, if you won't tell me, I'll tell you. You own the land on the other side of that mountain, and the government would buy it for a new reservation, wouldn't they? I suppose they would. And you would make a fortune. A considerable amount? Yes. And that's why you had one of your men kill Blackman. Look here, Morgan. And that's why you're scaring these Indians with your glider. I don't know what you're talking about. Then I'll show you. The hour that killed Ravenhead Chief came from this store. And so did this. And while your name doesn't happen to be on the hour,
It's on this manufacturer's nameplate.
I sell lots of those coil boxes, Morgan, and lots of arrows. Does that prove I'm a murderer?
I'm not through with you yet, Lance.
Longboat has been telling the Indians that the Firebird is about to strike again. They want to leave the reservation.
Isn't Adams in an agent there?
He can do nothing with them.
Well, I think we can.
How?
Show the Indians the wreckage of the Firebird. Show them it's an airplane.
Where is it?
It's in Brush Canyon. We can drag the wreckage to the reservation, let the Indians see it with their own eyes.
I just overheard him tell it to the Indian girl.
If Morgan showed the Indians that glider, I'd never be able to sell my land to the government. Something could happen to Morgan, and the Firebird would be blamed.
Hello? Yeah, right away.
We've got to cut over the ridge and stop Morgan.
Morgan? Why, he's a ranger.
Ranger or no ranger, boss's orders.
You two wait here.
Hey, make a run for it.
Keep going.
But Tom, maybe you
Never mind. I'll lead him off the trail and meet you at Dry Creek.
Something's happened to Mort.
the men that were chasing you?
Well, the last time I saw them, they were very much upset. We'd better get what's left of that glider and get back to the reservation. The glider's gone.
Are you sure this is the place?
Absolutely. They must have been awful anxious to get rid of that wreckage. There's a piece of the fabric they overlooked.
Who could have taken the glider away?
The same man that's trying to get the Indians off their land. Ruth, you go back to the reservation and get help. And I'll meet you over at the Indian cave on Dark Mountain. Unless I miss my guess, we'll find the wreckage there.
And the boys found it hanging in a tree.
It was a sure thing that parachute didn't leave the glider without Morgan.
Exactly. And that proves that Morgan is still alive. But the boys could find no trace of him.
Do you know what this means, Colton? It means that Morgan will go back to the cave and probably find the remains of the glider.
And prove to the Indians that there is no Firebird.
Supposing Morgan never leaves that cave alive. Notify the men immediately to watch for him. And when he arrives, you know what to tell them.
All right, come ahead with it.
Get it clear back out of sight.
What did the boss want?
He wants us to plan a little reception party for Morgan.
Morgan isn't going to be fool enough to come in here.
I think I know a way to get him in. Tell Chapman to watch for Morgan and let us know as soon as he shows up.
That's about 5 of them, Tony. You wait here.
Come right here. Ready?
Explosion. It got him. Oh!
I thought so. I don't know whether a 45 will go through you or not, but you'll make a good shield. Come on, get going.
Must have hit him. He's up to some trick. He's on that ledge. He's on that ledge! Let him have it!
to some trick.
He's on that ledge. He's on that ledge! Let him have it! That got him! There he is! Don't let him get away!
We better get that ranger before the Indian girl brings help from the reservation.
What is it, Ruth? Where's Tom?
He's gone to Indian Cave in search of the Firebird.
Well, if Tom succeeds in finding it, we can prove that this was merely a trick to frighten the Indians off the reservation.
He sent me back for help. We'll have to hurry.
Where are you going?
To the cave to help my white brother.
Don't you think you'd better take some of the brains with you? It may be dangerous. I'll get them. Tenderfoot, don't hold. Tom Morgan has gone to capture the Firebird. He may be in danger, and he needs the strong arms of his brothers.
We'll have
Firebird, our enemy.
We'll bring back
Get
Firebird.
your horses.
My people go to Indian Cave to help rangers. They leave now. I must go with them.
The Indians are on the way to the cave to help Morgan, but we'll stop them soon enough.
If they discover that the Firebird is a rocket glider, you'll never be able to use it to frighten them again.
I didn't think those Indians would ever dare go near that cave. There's nothing to worry about. By the time they get there, there won't be anything left for them to find.
Yes, I understand. We'll do it, but...
Oh, don't do that.
We've got to get out of here. Boss's orders.
Oh, Hatton.
Keep Morgan busy until we get to the horses. Wait. Boys. Quick. Get on your horse. We just sighted a bunch of the Indians headed this way.
Firebird, did you find it?
I haven't had much chance to look around. I've been pretty busy. I reckon it's here somewhere. They're knocking it full. The Firebird must be hidden here somewhere. Boys, we'll split up and search every inch of this cave. All right.
Look everywhere, but no Firebird.
Maybe Firebird's not dead like you say it is.
My brother, you've got to believe me. The Firebird is dead, and it'll never bother the living heads again.
If the Firebird is dead, where is its body?
I know he killed the Firebird. I know it is here.
White brother dreams dreams.
That's a strange-looking spider web. No spider ever made that web. But see, he always leaves a hole in the center. What's this? There's your spider.
The Firebird!
Well, we shouldn't have any trouble getting this back to the reservation. That's nothing to be afraid of. That's only a sound. I can make the Firebird cry anytime I want to by pressing this button.
It's the Firebird. They must have found it. Wait till Zaroff hears about this. You two get back there quick and keep an eye on them. The rest of us had better beat it back to the boss and let him know what's up.
Are you all right, Joe?
That ranger ever gets that glider back to the reservation, it's goodbye to our chances for ever scaring the Indians off. Wait. We can't handle this alone. We'd better let the boss know that they're on the way back with the glider.
You told us to clear out there, didn't you? I thought you were through with that ranger. With 5 of you there to stop him.
Someone calling from the cave.
Yes, Hatton, what is it? Good. Keep your eye on him, and I'll send men to stop them. Take all the men you need and join Hatton and Chapman. They're trailing Morgan in the wagon.
Yes, sir.
And make sure that glider never reaches the reservation.
Now you got it straight, haven't you? We'll go on ahead and attack the riders. Try to draw them away. While you sneak up on the wagon and get that glider. Leave your horses here. We'll surprise them as they come through the pass.
Hey! Take the south road. Join you later. Oh. Take cover, everybody. You go on the wagon.
I'm not afraid. I'll stay here with you.
You can help more if you can stay with the wagon.
Firebird cry. They must be in danger, or they wouldn't sound the alarm. You keep up the fight. I'm going back.
Here. You wait here. I gotta go get those horses.
My people have no reason to dread the Firebird any longer.
I'd much rather have taken it back to show them it was just a trick and get them off the reservation.
The Ravenheads are a peaceful tribe. Why should anyone want us to abandon the land of our fathers?
That's just what I'm going to find out.
How?
Every move that we've made has been spied upon, even since we've left with the Firebird.
What are you driving at?
Secret communication.
A secret phone?
There must be. We'll get Rogers and Burnett and go back to the Indian cave and make a thorough search.
Did they get the Firebird? Yes, but the ranger got away. Once he convinces those Indians the Firebird is dead, we'll have a hard time getting them off of the reservation. I stand to lose a fortune if I can't fill those orders for X-94. If we are not careful, the ranger will discover we're mining this explosive on Indian land.
But, Chief, this will soon blow over. And we'll give that ranger so much to think about, he'll wish he never poked his nose into this.
Well, I wish I could be sure of that.
I can see the look on Morgan's face right now. When he has to tell those Indians, he hasn't any proof that the Firebird is dead.
Well, I tell you, the Firebird is dead. It can no longer harm your people. You must make them understand that.
Firebird never dies.
Oh, can't you see it was just a trick to scare your people?
Longboat is like the bat that cannot see when everything is clear to others.
Well, if he spreads the report that the Firebird is still alive, the Indians will be in a mood for anything to happen.
Something's going to happen, all right.
What do you mean?
Whoever's responsible for the attacks on the Indians isn't going to wait long until they'll find a new way to strike at them.
Why, it's Jans. I wonder what brings him here.
It's too bad about the trouble the Indians have been having. It makes it harder for me to tell you why I dropped in.
What's on your mind? Don't be afraid to speak in front of them.
I've been receiving a lot of complaints from my eastern buyers about the goods the Indians have been turning out.
I can't believe that.
It's quite possible that the quality of their work has suffered on account of their recent troubles. Of course, it's hard to blame them, but I'll have to
My people have spent months in preparing rugs and pottery and silverware, expecting you to buy them as usual.
There are other ways for them to make a living.
How? What can they do?
They might move to better land and return to farming. Are you suggesting that the government buy your land for a new reservation? If you put it that way, yes. Understand this. That the Indians are not going to move off their land just to make you a lot of money. That is not while I have anything to do with it. Are you suggesting that I'm behind any of these attacks? I'm not suggesting anything. As far as the Indian goods are concerned, I'll see that they're sold, even if I have to take them to the city myself. Okay, Ranger. I wish you luck.
Don't you think you're a little hasty in accusing Jans the way you did?
There's a way of finding out whether I'm hasty or not.
What are you going to do?
We'll let Jan think that we're taking a load of goods to the city in that truck out there.
But his men may attack you.
That's just what I want them to do.
Well, how'd they take it?
That ranger spoiled everything. Said he was going to take the goods to the city.
That would spoil your plans, wouldn't it? I'm taking your car for a while. I've got a couple of deliveries to make.
My man just phoned me. The ranger is starting out with a truckload of Indian goods. Now, if anything should happen to that truck, Jans is pretty sure to get the blame. Any objection if we borrow your boss's car?
But how will I explain it to Jan?
Oh, don't worry. I'll see that the car gets back to the store. And with the ranger trailing it.
Park it over there. Headed around for a quick getaway.
Get going. We'll take care of that truck. Well, what are you waiting for?
Break up all that Indian junk and throw it into the ditch.
This is easier than we thought.
Don't move. We got you covered. It's a trick. Get under cover, quick.
Hey, there's Morgan now.
Now's our chance to get him to follow us. Get to the car.
They stopped shooting. That's funny. His car. They've headed towards town. Get the truck. I'll get Tony and try and head them off.
Morgan's taking the shortcut to town. You'll have to step on it if you expect to lead him to Jan's store.
sent for you to drive in alone. Slow down so we can drop off.
Morgan's falling for the trick. He's right on my trail.
Swell, everything's set upstairs.
Where's Jan?
He drove away about an hour ago.
Maybe you could tell me who just drove up in his car.
Nobody that I know of.
We'll see about that.
There's nobody in there. Why? It's Jan! What happened?
Yes, what did happen?
I was sitting at my desk when I heard something. Before I could turn around, I was hit on the head. That's all I remember.
Where was you when this took place?
I was out making a delivery.
I sent him out myself.
Pretty smooth. Having yourself tied up so you wouldn't be suspected. It won't work, Sands. And don't think that I'm forgetting the man that I trailed to your store. He's hiding around here somewhere, and when I find him, it'll be just too bad for you.
Anybody come out that way?
No, Chief.
All right, keep your eyes peeled.
Did you get him?
No, but he's around here somewhere. Search this room thoroughly. Pretty smart, Jans, planning this.
How could I when I was tied up?
Well, you can explain that down at Ranger headquarters.
I know nothing about it, I tell you.
Maybe not. But the men that attacked the reservation truck was using your car. And that's going to be mighty hard to explain.
Well, you mean that
I mean that you're going to be held for questioning.
I've searched the room. We can't find any trace.
All right.
You can't order me around like this. I'm a respectable merchant. Been in this country for 30 years. And I've got plenty of influence.
Yes?
Yes. Even a captain of the Rangers can't hold a man for something he didn't do. I'll get you a badge for this.
Never mind the threats, John. Call Nash and McLean. I'm taking Johns to headquarters. Lock him up. I'm going back. I still think that fella's hanging around the store here, and I'm going to try and find him.
Just one question, Tom. What are all them hand signals you was giving Ruth?
Oh, that is Indian Sign Language. I just told her to get on a horse and ride away, come back to the store, and keep Stalter busy while I looked around.
Hurry up, I'm smothered. I am hurrying. It's stuck. Get down, lay low, quick. Somebody just come into the store.
Oh, Mr. Stelter, I almost forgot what I came for. I'd like to see some dress material.
Any particular color? Maybe some of these will do.
No, Mr. Stelter. These don't seem to be exactly what I want. Let me see that one.
Now, what do you got to do with it?
Nothing.
Don't lie to me. You know the man's behind the attacks on these Indians.
Well, what if I do? I'm not telling.
I don't think you'll have to. If I'm not mistaken, my rangers have him locked up now. Thanks to you, Ruth. You hurry back to the reservation and tell the Indians that we've got the man that's trying to scare them off their land.
Hello. Got Jans, did he? I thought Morgan would blame him for it. What? Sewell? I'll tell Zaroff. He's in the laboratory.
Is this a sample from the secret mine on the reservation?
It is. And I've already reduced X-94 to its most highly concentrated form. Why, this little pile here would blow a battleship out of the ocean.
That's good. When I succeed in driving the Indians away and start mining X-94 in large quantities, I'll be the most powerful man in the world.
Morgan has Sewell and Jans in jail. He thinks Sewell is working for Jans.
But Sewell is liable to weaken and tell the truth. We've got to get him out of there.
But we can't fight the Rangers.
No, but we can outsmart them. I'll have some men disguised as Indians wreck Jans' store. Stelter will tell the Rangers. And while they're gone...
I'm filing fingerprints of you with every police department in the country. And by sundown, I ought to have a good check on you. My advice to you is to start talking. Who are you working for? Jans?
Hey, look here, Morgan. You can't hold me any longer.
Yep. I caught him in your room where you had him hid.
Why, I never saw the man before in my life.
That's not what he says.
I didn't tell you anything.
Now, are you satisfied, Mr. Morgan?
I checked his fingerprints with those from the arrow that killed Ruth's father.
Well, what do you got to say about that, Sewell?
I never did it. I never...
Oh, come on, come on. Tell me who hired you to kill Blackwing.
You can't pin that on me. I never did it, I tell you.
They wrecked the store.
What?
Who? Indians, a half a dozen of them. They've gone crazy, I tell you.
You're to blame for this, Morgan. Wet nursing those red devils until they think they can get away with anything. For all I know, you put them up to it.
Lock him up, Burnett. You boys get your horses and come with me. Take the horses, boys. I'll ride with you.
Never seen nothing like since uprising.
They just rode out that way.
Get after him, boys.
Well, they ought to annihilate every Indian on the face of the earth.
I was in New York. This is where to come in. Then there was a crash and they attacked me. But I escaped through the window.
Somebody will pay for this. We'll run them out of the country.
That's right. Run the Indians out of the country, I say.
I'm for it, too.
No step on that. No Indian moccasin made that track. What's wrong, Tony?
Quick.
I'll drop off. You get help. I bet old Jan's are sure biting his nails about the way we tore up his store.
Where's Sewell?
Morgan's after him. Get your horses. We've got to save him. There they go. You're handier than I thought. You can't shoot me now. Don't shoot. You'll hit Sewell.
You're handier than I thought. You can't shoot me now.
Don't shoot. You'll hit Sewell.
Your shot finished him.
Help! Get me down!
Morgan's disappeared. He's tricked us. He's hiding around here somewhere. Search for him.
Not a sound out of you. Good boy, Tony.
Help! It's Morgan! Help!
He went that way, carrying Sewell. You won't get far riding double.
Partner, here's where you and I change clothes. Tony, you take this bird to Ranger headquarters. Go on, get on up.
Hey. Morgan. It's no use to follow him. Tony's too fast with only one aboard. He must have left Sewell back there. We've got to find him.
Chief's back, and he's alone.
Well, I see you're back.
What happened to Sewell, Tom? Did you,
Get him inside.
Hello. Zaroff? What? They've got Sewell in jail.
If Morgan makes him talk.
My secret mine on the reservation will be discovered, and Morgan will know that I'm responsible for the attacks on the Indians. How long would it take you to pack up and get out of the country? Why?
Never mind, I got a plan. Now, don't worry, I'll take care of you. But you get out of the country at once. And don't come back until you hear from me. We've got to get a message to Sewell. Get over to Ranger headquarters right away.
Thanks, they're off for me, Carlton. I don't think we'll need any help. Things are pretty well in hand. As soon as I make this fellow talk, I'll be able to clear up everything.
Morgan, can I talk to you a minute?
Well?
I forgot what I wanted.
You might as well talk, Sewell. I'll eventually find out who's trying to chase the Indians off the reservation. And if you'll help, it'll go a little easier on you.
Oh, if I talk, the boss will finish me. I'm better off here in jail.
You've nothing to be afraid of. I'll put him where he'll never bother anybody. Who's your boss?
And all my orders from Stelter.
Here's the joke. Sewell says that his boss is the clerk in Jan's store.
Well, that's impossible.
Right. I've suspected Jan's for some time. You know, he owns the land that the government would have to buy for a new reservation in case the Indians would leave the one that they're on now.
What do you want us to do, arrest Jan's?
No. Keep your eye on Sewell. I can't prove anything on Jan's until I get a confession out of that clerk. We'll go over and pick up Stelter.
Is there anything I can do for you, gentlemen?
Where's your clerk, Jan?
If he isn't in his room, I haven't the slightest idea. He quit me without notice. Said he was leaving for good.
Pretty clever. Go to Shelter's room and see whether you can find any trace of him. We're going to find that fellow if we have to search every train, road, and ship in this country. What do you know about that, Jan?
Ranger headquarters, Burnett speaking.
Get off a police teletype to every headquarters in the country. Yes? Broadcast Stellar's description.
Okay, Tom, I got it.
Wanted in Texas, eh? Start the dragnet.
Look, another blockade. They've blocked every road in the state.
I can cut off here and turn back.
Don't do that. They've already seen us. I'll duck.
Yeah?
Stelter's here.
The fool? The police will follow him here. Send him away. Get rid of him.
See that Stelter doesn't get to the laboratory.
Where's Zero? He's gonna hide me quick.
He's not here, Stelter.
Oh, so he won't help me, eh?
I tell you he's not here. You'd better clear out.
I know where I can find him.
Better get out of here, Stella. The boss is pretty sore.
Oh, he is he? Well, what about me? He gets rich and feeds me to the wolves. Why should I take the rap for killing Blackwing and running the Indians off the reservation?
Wait a minute.
Get out of my road.
Calm down. You're excited.
You bet I'm excited. Zaroff won't even help me hide. He wants the cops to get me. Well, I'm going to get him first.
You haven't seen me. Get busy.
Where is he?
Where's who?
I know he's in here somewhere.
Bring in Sewell. You know that fella has a hideout somewhere in this district. And Sewell's going to lead us to it.
I hope you're right.
Sewell, this telegram puts a rope around your neck.
What? I told you the truth. Stelter's the man you want.
Okay, I believe you. But you got to show us his hideout.
It's up in the hills. There's an old shack.
Vining just phoned. Sewell is leading the Rangers to our hideaway shack in the hills.
Good. When the Rangers get there, see that they find Stelter's body. Vining can take it in the car. Hurry.
Do we have to carry him all the way up there?
He can't walk, can he? Besides, if we leave the car on top, Morgan will see it.
They're here. I just saw them coming over the divide.
Get the rope ready.
There it is.
Hey! He's in there all right.
I believe we got him.
Better make sure. I guess we got him all right.
His shooting days are over.
This man's been dead for hours. Stelter, hold. This gun is warm. Someone else fired this shot. Must have gone out that window. Get a rope. I'm going down.
Get over there and help him with that rope.
Look! Someone's dropping down the cliff. It's Morgan.
Get over there and help him with that rope.
Look! Someone's dropping down the cliff. It's Morgan.
He's a perfect target. Let him down fast.
None of that, Soul. You stay here.
He's almost down. Let's get out of here.
Are you okay, Tom?
Yeah! Hold me up, quick! Thanks, you're right.
You recognize any of those men?
Never saw them before. But Sewell's going to tell us who they were.
What do I know about it?
He brought us here to find your boss. Stelter was already dead when he was brought in here by those men. And you worked for the same outfit.
Well, Stelter's the only boss I ever took orders from.
You lie, Sewell. Stelter never was the brains behind that campaign to drive those Indians off the reservation. Who's the boss?
Well, I've told you all I know.
Well, you're going back to jail until your memory improves. Take care of Stelter there. Look after that gun there. I want to take the fingerprints of it. Get going.
And that's when we beat it in the car. Everything worked out just as you planned it, Mr. Zaroff.
The way I planned it? Why, you bungling fools. The whole plan depended upon your keeping out of sight. I wanted those Rangers to think they killed Stelter. Now they'll know somebody else is back of it.
I thought it was a good chance to get rid of Tom Morgan.
When I send somebody after Morgan, I'll make sure they'll do it right. Now get out. Morgan is sure now to search Stelter's room for a clue as to who is behind him. Did you clean out his room?
Well, not yet. I'll send a man down right away. He may have left some X-94 lying around.
If Morgan finds any of that stuff there, he may learn that we're mining X-94 on the reservation. And we'll never get rid of the Indians then.
Well, get busy.
Lock him up. Hello, Johns. What are you doing here?
I came to find out about my clerk, Stelter. Have you found him?
Yes. Found him dead. Shot.
Shot?
Yes?
Have you any idea who it could be?
Yes. Someone who's got a lot to gain. Someone like yourself, Jan. Providing you could sell your land to the government for a new reservation.
If you mean that I know anything about this, you're barking up the wrong tree. Any message for me?
No, nobody's been here.
I'm going up to Stelter's room. In case anybody asks, say you don't know where I am. Stay where you are. I've got you covered. Hand over that bottle you stuck in your shirt. Why were you after this? Be careful.
If you've got that, you'll blow us to bits.
Explosive, eh? Now go on. And remember, I've got you covered.
Who is he, boss?
A second-story man who's going to do some first-class talking. Lock that door. Sit down. Keep this on him. How did this stuff get into Stelter's room? Come on, speak up. Who sent you here?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, yes, you are.
Look out, I tell you. You want to blow the place up?
Oil Company. So that's it. Stelter was working for Zaroff. Zaroff sent you here to get this.
I never said so.
Tie him up. Don't let anybody into this office till I get back.
How long will that be?
2 hours. And if you don't hear from me by then, tip off the Rangers that I've gone to Zaroff's.
No luck with Stelter's gun. The fingerprints were smeared. But the coroner reports that you were right about him being dead 2 hours before we found him.
That settles it. Stelter lived over John's store, didn't he?
Yes, why?
I'm going over and search that place with a fine-tooth comb.
You're mistaken, James. I don't know what you're talking about.
Quit your stalling, Zaroff. I'm on to you. You're the one who's trying to drive the Indians off the reservation and plant this suspicion on me.
Well, that's absurd.
Your imagination is working overtime.
Yeah? I've got your man tied up in my store right now. And if you don't tell me what your game is, I'll turn him over to the Rangers. The Rangers would like to know about the bottle of explosive with your initials on it. I wouldn't be surprised if you're mining this explosive on the Indian reservation. And I want my cut if you expect to keep me quiet.
Well, you're smarter than I thought, James. Come to think of it, you and I ought to be working together. And we'll clean up once we get these Indians off of the reservation.
Now you're talking.
Hey, Morley. Say, Hatton is tied up down at Jan's store. Get him out of there, quick.
Okay.
Show me to Stelter's room.
Certainly, Mr. Morgan. It's upstairs.
How'd you know I was here?
Never mind, I'll tell you later.
Hurry up before that clerk gets back. That must be him up there now.
If you don't need me any longer, Mr. Morgan, I'll get on back down to the store.
All right, if I need you, I'll call you.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. He's got a bottle of X94 locked in that desk. We can't leave that here.
Get your horse and let's get out of here.
I can't get to him. We'll have to fight it out from here. Give me some cartridges.
Go easy. I haven't many left. Make every shot count.
I think I got him that lifetime. Let's rush him.
We gotta be sure. I've only got one cartridge left.
Better surrender, boys.
Maybe we better do it.
Not as long as I've got this bottle of X94.
Come out, your hands up. I'm coming after you.
You don't, I'll blow you to pieces. I'm warning you, Ranger. One more step and you'll never take another.
You'd better surrender, boys.
Maybe we better do it.
Not as long as I've got this bottle of X94.
Come out, your hands up. I'm coming after you.
You don't, I'll blow you to pieces. I'm warning you, Ranger. One more step and you'll never take another.
Come on,
You've got to be my eyes. Take me back to headquarters.
Hey, Rogers, something's happened to Tom.
What in the world's happened to you, Tom?
Blinded by an explosion.
Help him in, Rogers. I'll get Dr. Parkinson.
Here he is now. Get me a pan of water.
Hello, Doc. Let me see your eyes, Tom. Exaggerated myopia, superinduced by glare. No perforations, and only a superficial lesion of retinal structure. Sounds bad, Doc. What is it?
Just temporary blindness, Tom. You'll be as fit as a fiddle inside of 3 hours.
I'd better be. I can get after the fellows that's responsible for this.
We'll have you going very shortly now. It's more painful than serious.
And just as Morgan was about to get us, I threw the bottle of X94 and it blew him all to pieces. I've never seen anything explode like that in all my life.
Hey, good work.
I'll believe Tom Morgan is dead when I get an invitation to his funeral.
Well, perhaps I can arrange that for you too, Jens. Don't worry about Morgan. Why, there was enough X94 in that bottle to blow up a regiment. And with X94, I'll control the munition business of the world.
Wait a minute, Zaroff. You're forgetting I'm cutting in on this deal 50-50.
Oh, take it easy, Jens. I'm figuring you in.
You bet you are. And don't forget it.
Now, the mineral known as X94 is located on the reservation. We've got to move the Indians before we can mine it. And that's where you come in.
Yeah?
Now, here's my plan. You go to the reservation and claim that an Indian robbed your store. I'll arrange to have some of your goods planted in an Indian hut.
What's the rest of it?
Why, arouse the town people against the Indians.
Good. That'll mean a riot, and the Indians will be moved. Zaroff, I'll do it.
Here it is. Longboat managed to steal it from one of the Indian huts.
Splendid, Carlton, splendid. Give Longboat the rest of his instructions. This is all the proof you need. The thief dropped it in your store. Get it?
I get it.
Now, be sure you plant these bolts of silk in the hut where you stole the wristband.
Don't forget your promise, Featherfoot, to wear those nice new shoes.
Shoes no like feet.
You'll find them much better than moccasins.
Well, Adams, Those thieving redskins of yours have been at it again. Robbed my store of hundreds of dollars worth of silk.
I don't believe you. My people do not steal.
Just a minute, Jans. What makes you think an Indian robbed you?
The thief left this behind. Featherfoot. Oh, so he's the one. He was asking me the prices of silk only last week.
Featherfoot wouldn't do such a thing. You don't believe him, do you?
We'll soon find out. Come on.
Featherfoot, are you in? Want shoes?
No, Featherfoot. This is more serious.
There. He's wearing the mate to this one. Take a look at that. What did I tell you, Adams? You thieving redskin. What did you do with the stuff you stole from my store?
Featherfoot, no steal.
But Mr. Jans found this in his store. How can you explain that?
No sabe.
You'll sabe a noose around your neck. All right, Bruner, search the place. He's got the stuff hidden around here somewhere.
No, this is Featherfoot's lodge.
Keep your thieving hands off me!
Look!
What did I tell you?
But you didn't steal these things. Tell him you didn't.
Featherfoot, no steal.
Then how did this silk get here?
This is one time you Indians are not going to get away with it. After this, there won't be room in this country for you and your tribe. All right, Bruner, take him away.
Wait a minute. Jans, as Indian agent, I am the only authority on this reservation. If Featherfoot is guilty, he will be punished according to law. But no one is going to take matters into his own hands. I'm going to telephone Tom Morgan at Ranger headquarters.
You and Morgan have been babying this tribe too long. You're wasting your time calling that ranger.
You'll get justice.
You bet I will. When the townspeople go after it in their own way.
Come on, Featherfoot. Morgan and his rangers will straighten this out. Why, there's something the matter with the phone.
Mr. Jans is returning to town. Surely he'll drive you to Ranger headquarters.
Why, but Oh, what about the Indian?
Oh, he'll be here when I get back. Come on, Featherfoot. I've got to lock you up, Featherfoot, till I get back from town.
Featherfoot, understand.
If you're ready, Jans, we'll start now.
This longboat. Indian agent gone to town to get Ranger.
Then Featherfoot is alone in the office? Good. Get the men started. It's time to strike.
I don't know why I wanted to wear these clothes.
So we look like townspeople, that's why.
Here he comes now.
Ready to go, boys?
Ready. Okay.
You'll find that Indian alone up in Adams' office. And be sure and get him.
What's the matter, Brunner?
I don't know, but I'll soon find out.
Well, hurry it up. I've got to get to Ranger headquarters.
By all means, this is important. I'm sorry, Adam.
Cottonwood, what is it?
White man come to take Featherfoot. Cottonwood go tell his brother.
Featherfoot, there's a man coming after you. You've got to get out of there.
Featherfoot, stay.
No, you must get away. Hurry.
There he goes, on the white horse. Got away. Took out for the hill.
Change horses with me. I'll lead them off the trail and meet you in Cold Canyon.
Shortcut. We can catch him. We'll stop him here. Pass it over there. This ought to fix that Indian.
Yeah. Throw him for a loop.
shortcut. We can catch him. We'll stop him here. Pass it over there.
That ought to fix that Indian.
Yeah. Throw him for a loop. It's the girl.
Serves her right for changing horses with Featherfoot.
She's coming too. Let's get out of here before she sees us. Hurry it up, we're going.
Are you badly hurt, Featherfoot?
Featherfoot tired.
But you'll soon be all right. I'll ride into town and get help from the rangers.
No. White men say Featherfoot steal.
But Tom Morgan won't believe you robbed Jan's store. He'll protect you.
Featherfoot want to go to reservation.
Please, you must stay quiet till I come back.
Why, Jan's accused Featherfoot of robbing his store. He threatens the reservation with mob violence.
Where's Featherfoot now?
I left him back on the reservation, locked in my office.
Why didn't you phone me?
Well, the wires were cut.
Wires were cut? Why, that must be the work of those that's trying to drive the Ravenheads off of their reservation.
Featherfoot's wounded. They came after him at your office. He's waiting in the hills for us now. Hurry before they find him again.
Roger, you and Burnett come with me. Lane, you look after the office.
Featherfoot glad longboat see smoke signal.
Longboat always helps his brother.
Take me to reservation.
No. Is Featherfoot foolish like young deer? White men kill him. Longboat knows safe place. Hide his brother from white men.
Featherfoot go.
Featherfoot's safe here. Longboat go for his brothers.
There's the signal fire.
You sure it's Featherfoot?
Yes, I left him right here.
There's other tracks here. That means it's in safe hands, unless, Rogers, you and Burnett comb this section. Come with me, Ruth.
By adding an ionized solution of chromium nitrate, we transform X94 from an explosive to a motor fuel, twice as powerful as gasoline. Look. Now listen to the change in that motor. Keep your eye on the gauge.
Turn it off. That compressor might blow us to pieces.
Do you realize what that means? X94 will furnish all the motive power of the future.
Power. Yes, Metzger. With the Indians off their reservation, we'll have a free hand to mine X94. And I'll have world power that no man ever dreamed of. What is it, Longboat?
Longboat find Featherfoot. Hide him for you in mountain cabin.
Good work. You came through when my own men failed. Tell your people Featherfoot's murdered. That ought to stir them up and make them want to leave the reservation. Send some men after Featherfoot. And they'd better not blunder this time.
Careful now. If we don't get that Indian this time, Zaroff will get us. He's seen us. Open up, Featherfoot!
What's that?
Sounds like a fight.
That's Tom signal.
Came from over there.
Nothing's holding it but that crossbar. Give it a good jolt.
That got it.
The Rangers. Tom Morgan.
Keep after him, boys. Keep after him. Open up, Featherfoot.
It's Ruth Featherfoot. Let me in. Why didn't you wait for us? I told you I was bringing help.
Longboat see smoke signal. Him come first. Told me safe here.
Longboat?
If I'm not mistaken, Longboat's going to have a lot of explaining to do.
Explain to Featherfoot, too.
Badly hurt. He's getting back to the reservation.
Do you think Longboat sent those men to harm Featherfoot?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Are we snakes to be stepped on? Indian agent let white men kill our brother Featherfoot. Are we frightened rabbits to be driven into our holes by these white weasels? Then come.
Yes, Longboat. What is it?
Where is Featherfoot?
Why, I don't know. But the Rangers will find him.
Rangers find him, may be killed by white men.
Oh, nonsense, Longboat. I'll let you know if I have any news.
Promises.
I said I'd let you know.
Always lies. White men, enemy of Ravenhead Nation.
Stop it, Longboat.
No harm will come to Indian agent if he go now.
Are you out of your mind? Napai, Cottonwood, how do you feel about this?
We have spoken. Go. This Ravenhead land. White man must go.
Longboat! You're only making trouble for your people.
I wonder why the Indians are hanging around the office.
It looks like trouble.
Longboat may be up to something. You wait there. What's the meaning of this?
White men kill Featherfoot.
Give me that gun. Give me that gun. So you haven't seen Featherfoot?
Nobody see Featherfoot anymore.
You're sure about that?
Featherfoot gone. Nobody see him.
Where you come from, Featherfoot?
Ravenhead betrays brother. Like snake, strikes. No warning.
Never mind, I'll get him.
There you are, gents. X-94, a fortune for both of us. Metzger has worked out a formula to turn X-94 into a motor fuel. Hand me that glass. Now watch this.
Wait! You got the wrong bell! Longboat's coming. And Morgan's after him.
The fool leading that ranger here locked the inner door of the tool shed.
the air compressor, operating on X-94.
If it isn't shut off, they'll be blown to bits.
Close this steel door. The air compressor, operating on X-94.
If it isn't shut off, they'll be blown to bits.
Close this steel door.
Lock them in the compressor.
Kill Longboat.
And why not? When Morgan finds out we've saved his life, is he going to suspect us any longer?
But Longboat was one of our own men.
A very cheap price to pay for the confidence of the Ranger, Metzger. No, not that way. They'll use a secret tunnel to the house.
I was just in time. He would have killed you, sure.
Thanks, Dan. Quite a ways from home, aren't you?
Zaroff needs fencing. My store sells it. Business is business.
Mighty lucky for you he was here. I don't know so much about that. I want him alive.
He's not dead.
We'd better get him to a doctor.
I'll get my car.
I'll get some blankets. You've made a fine mess of this, gents. If Longboat talks, Morgan will find out that we're responsible for the attacks on the Indians. And you know what that means.
Don't worry. He'll never talk. That's about all we can do until the doctor gets here from town.
You're quite a surgeon, Morgan.
Well, the ranger's got to be able to do a little bit of everything.
He's coming too. Longboat, you can see me?
The longboats see many things. Now, his eyes are clear, like eagles. Once they were blind.
What do you mean?
But don't let him talk, Morgan. It might kill him.
The longboat talk. Soon he'd go to happy hunting ground.
What do you want to say?
I help white men try to scare my people off reservation.
Why did you do it?
They promised to make me chief of Ravenhead Indians.
Who are these men? Maybe we better not press him too much just now.
That's right. Don't hound the man. He can't stand it.
There's nothing more we can do. We'd better go. Don't be concerned about Longboat, Mr. Jans. He'll be able to tell us all about it in the morning.
Did you notice Jan's expression when Longboat was trying to tell the names of the men that's responsible for the attacks on the Indians?
No. Why?
Why, he was scared stiff. We'd better watch Longboat here, or someone will see his mouth forever.
I want to see you in the office, Crossman. Longboat is lying unconscious over at the Indian reservation. If he comes to, he'll give Morgan information enough to hang us all.
Oh. And you want me to see that he doesn't regain consciousness?
You're getting smart, Crossman. Now get all your men together and hurry. By the time you reach the reservation, it'll be dark.
All right. Longboat is in the last cabin on the left.
turned out longboat ain't to be moved after all.
Somebody's coming. Did anybody see you come in here?
No, I'm sure they didn't.
Stop where you are. Put him up.
Tom!
I've got to work fast. Wolf's unconscious in Longboat's lodge. Keep your eye on him. Right.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to join the Wolf's pals. They'll lead me to the meeting place.
Tom, I'm frightened.
Oh, don't worry. They'll never recognize me in the dark.
You better see if anything's happened to Wolf.
Here he comes now.
Did you make out all right?
Yeah. Okay, boss, it's just us.
Old man Adams will sure be surprised when he takes that Indian's pulse.
Yeah. And I'd give a month's pay to see Morgan's face.
How about it?
Longboat will never tell anybody anything.
Good.
Yeah, but the thing that worries me, boss, is suppose that Longboat talked before Wolf got to him.
If he had, I'd know it by now. Morgan and his rangers would have been here long ago. Hello. What? It's Wolf.
I just left him outside.
And he's taken some of my clothes.
All right. Morgan's outside, dressed as Wolf.
Morgan? Why, what are we going to do?
Pull yourself together. We've got to think fast. Go out and tell the men to come in here and get their money. And when he comes through that door, I'll...
Don't call your men, Jan. Get over that phone.
What do you want with me?
Never mind.
Funny how he got away from us. I didn't see him leave.
Give me Ranger headquarters.
Step aside, Jans.
The upstairs window.
He must have gone in there.
Did you get him? He tricked us.
Come on up out of there.
Kind of stuffy down there, isn't it, Morgan? Lift his gun, Crossman. Your Indian friends are going to miss you, Morgan. Their idol, the miracle rider, will never ride again for their protection. Get a rope, Crossman, and tie him up.
What are you waiting for? He hasn't got a chance. They're bound to nail him. Hear that? Let's get out of here. What about the men? They'll take care of themselves.
They're upstairs. You two cover the outside windows. Don't move. We got you covered. Good work, Tom.
You got Zams? He's the fellow I'm after.
Well, there ain't nobody down there.
Must have got away with Crosman. He can't get far.
Well, what's the idea of the masquerade?
I trailed those fellas in from the reservation, and I got proof that Zams is behind the attacks on the Indians. Now, you boys take these fellas down to headquarters. Send word ahead in case the Zams tries to cross the border.
Who's there?
Don't shoot. It's Jans.
What'd you come here for?
Get in touch with Zaroff. Tell him the Rangers are wise to me.
Someone's calling from the cave. What? Jan's at the cave? No, don't bring him here. If the Rangers get him, our goose is cooked. Did you hear that, Carlton? They're on to Jan's.
What are you going to do with him?
Keep him undercover till this blows over. Then we'll try to get him out of the country.
Where's Jan? No sight of him. How about it, Crosman? Where's he hiding?
I don't know.
Sit down, we'll talk this over. You're a fool. Stick a head in a noose, protect Jans. He isn't worth it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You better come clean, Crosman. Somebody's going to pay for these murders. Is it going to be Jans or you?
They won't hang me, will they?
That's up to you. Lock him up.
No, wait. I'll talk.
That's better. I thought you'd come to your senses.
Well, he got out of the car and told me to keep driving. Said he was going to hide at Indian Cave.
Let's go, Rogers. Lock him up.
Yes? Let me speak to Zaroff.
Oh, Carlton wants to speak to Mr. Zaroff.
Yeah? All right, Carlton, I'll take care of it right away. A couple of the Rangers are on the way to the cave to get Jans.
They're bound to find the X-94 you've got hidden there.
Where's the oil truck?
Wally's got it. He's getting ready to start for the city.
Stop him and send him to the cave instead. I want him to cart away that X-94 so when the Rangers get there, they won't find anything.
Well, what are you going to do with Jan?
Well, we can hide him in one of the tanks in the oil truck. They'll never find him there.
All right, go ahead.
What was that?
Keep your shirt on. That's only one of Zaroff's fake oil trucks. That's the only way he has of sneaking X-94 off the reservation without anybody getting wise to him.
The boss sent me to get Jans and the X-94 out of here.
You don't think I'm going to ride on that seat with you?
You bet your life you're not after you get a slant at that. If you don't think he's popular, take a look at that.
How are you going to get me by the Rangers?
We've got that all figured. You're riding in one of the tanks. They'll never think of looking for you there. You fellas start getting the X-94 ready. I'll take care of Jans.
Okay. I'll bet you're thinking the same thing I am.
Yeah. $5,000 is a lot of dough.
It's a cinch. You got enough room down there to stretch out and go to sleep.
We may have trouble with Morley.
I'll take care of him.
What are you waiting for? Let's get that X-94 started. We haven't too much time.
Okay, let's go. Grab hold. Here. There you are.
Give me a hand, will you?
You better get in there. We're pulling right out.
I thought you were going to take that X-94.
We just changed our plans. We gotta hurry.
Let her ride. Did Morley give you any trouble?
He didn't even know what hit him.
It's Morley at the cave.
Yes, Morley, what's up? So they double-crossed me, would they? Well, I'll stop them. You clear out of there. Alton, Hatton and Chapman have taken Jans. They're going to turn him over for the reward.
If the Rangers get Jans, it'll mean our necks.
They'll never get him. You send some men to head off that truck.
Looks like the place is deserted.
He's been here all right, and he knows that we're after him.
They must have skipped in a hurry. They tried to get rid of this.
I wonder what's in them.
What do you make of it?
I never seen anything like that before. Unless I missed my guess, that's the reason why they're trying to get these Indians off the reservation.
You suppose they're mining that stuff?
Probably mining it right here in this cave. Let's take some of this back to headquarters and find out what it is. Oh, here, give me a hand.
Say, a fella just came in who says he's got jams and he wants the reward.
Oh, give Rogers a hand here. I'll talk to him. You say you know where Jan's is?
Yeah. But first, how about that reward?
Well, you'll get the reward, all right. You just help us put hands on Jan.
Okay. My partner's got him just outside of town.
He can't get away.
Okay.
There it is. They must have skipped and taken Jans with them. Sheriff will throw a fit when we tell him we were too late to save Jans from the Rangers. It's coming from the inside. Get your gun ready.
What's this you say about the Rangers?
Hatton and Chapman were going to turn you over to the Rangers to get that reward.
So that's where they went.
Yeah. Better get back inside. We'll get you out of here. I'll take the truck out of here. You take care of the horses.
What is this, a trick?
I left Chapman here with a truck. He must have double-crossed me and got away with Jan.
No, I didn't.
It's Chapman.
A couple of strangers showed up and forced me to turn the truck over to them. They went that way. Rogers, hold these two boys until we find out whether they're telling the truth. I'm going after that truck. Sorry I had to spill you, Tony. I'm starting getting shot. Jan! 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 Not far to the reservation, Tony. We'd better phone headquarters. Yes, I'm at the reservation now. I'll be back at headquarters by the time that you get there with Jan's in the truck. Goodbye.
Do you think these attacks on the Indians will end now that Jans is dead?
I like to believe that, but I'm satisfied there's someone else involved. Someone higher up.
Then Jans was not the only one trying to drive my people off the reservation.
I'll be able to answer that as soon as I find out why Jans was trying to make his escape in one of Zaroff's trucks.
Zaroff? The wealthy ranch owner and oil operator? Why, you must be mistaken.
Why would he want to harm the Ravenheads?
I found several sacks of strange powder in an Indian cave. I'm having it analyzed by a chemist. As soon as I determine what it is, it'll probably clear up the whole matter.
Do you think Zaroff knows you suspect him?
I'm not taking any action until I have definite proof. Remember now, not a word of this to anyone. We can't tell who might be working with him.
I'll call you from town as soon as Tom finds out anything more.
Yes, I think this is Zaroff. What are you doing at the Rock Shrine?
It was the quickest way I could get to you, to let you know what happened. Okay, I'll pick up a horse and start for the cave right away.
Tear out that phone. I won't have any more use for it there. Go! Jans was found dead in one of our oil trucks.
Hadn't we better clear out before those rangers grab us?
Clear out and leave a fortune behind? Why, I tell you, Carlton, there's enough X-94 on that reservation to make me the most powerful man in the world.
But you know the rangers have a sample of it and are having it analyzed.
Send some men to the cave at once to move those bags of X-94. When those rangers find out what it is, they'll lose no time getting back to the cave for the rest of the stuff.
Car in pretty good shape?
Yeah, why?
Boss wants you to meet Vining down at the cave and move those bags of X94.
Anything wrong?
No, but just taking no chances, that's all.
What do you make of this? According to that, Zorro claims the oil truck was stolen from his garage sometime last night.
Pretty clever alibi, but it won't work. Has the chemist found out anything yet?
I'll say it did. That's the most powerful explosive he ever ran across. He said a little of that stuff packed tight and off the whole side of a mountain.
That must have been the same stuff that those two fellas threw at me some time ago.
Well, when was that?
When I chased those two fellas from Jan's store. Started to close in on them when...
I'm warning you, Ranger. One more step and you'll never take another.
Doctor said I came close to losing my eyesight.
We left a half a dozen sacks of it in Indian Cave.
We'd better get a hold of it. You and Burnett get the truck. I'll ride Tony.
About time he showed up.
The boss didn't say anything about breaking our necks to get here.
Where'd you leave the car?
Right outside.
Let's get these sacks of X94 out of here. It's the boss. I'll see what he wants. Hello.
The Rangers have started for the cave. I just found it out. I'll rush that X94 out before they get there. You understand?
The Rangers are heading this way. Back the car into the cave so we can load it fast.
only a couple more left.
Good. Go on back for them and make it snappy. I'll take care of these.
That's strange. Nobody answers.
Must be some mistake, boss. Nobody called from here, I'm sure of it. No, they're back at the other end of the cave, getting the rest of the X-94. It couldn't have been them. I tell you, we haven't left this cave since we got here. Nobody could have called without our seeing them. The Indian girl, she's getting away with the car. There's her horse. We can still head her off. Grab her horse, Morty. He's gone over the bank.
Let's get out of here.
No. We've got to get the X-94 out of that car.
You look after Tom. I'll get the girl.
Are you all right, Tom?
Yes, let's get to Ruth.
Ruth. Ruth. Here she is.
Is she badly hurt?
I think she is.
You better get her to a doctor.
Come on. We can get it now.
All right, get going.
Come on, Tony. Come on, Tony, hurry up.
Lucky for us, the X-94 didn't explode.
Hurry up, start it. Hope we get her out of here. Put her back to the header of that lower road.
Where will we hide these sacks?
There's an old barn in back of Jen's store. Tom Morgan will never think of looking there.
Where am I?
You're all right. Take it easy.
Where's the car?
Never mind the car. Are you all right?
But the men. And the sacks of X-94.
The what? Stop the car. Now let's get this straight. Where did you find this car? And what was those men chasing you for?
At Old Indian Cave, they were loading it with sacks filled with something they call X-94. So I ran away with their car.
You shouldn't have taken a chance like that.
But I had to get those sacks to you.
Why, there's enough explosive there to blow you and that car to bits.
Tom.
It's sure risky.
Risky? That's the stuff I want for evidence. To show why someone is trying to drive the Indians off the reservation.
We were headed to the cave to get it.
Then somebody warned them that you were coming. I couldn't hear what they said over the phone, but...
Phone? Have they got a phone in the cave?
Yes.
That's just the lead that I've been waiting for. Turn the car on. We're going to the cave. You two boys find the rest of those sacks. Where is that phone?
It was over there somewhere. I'm sure this is the spot.
Here it is, Ruth. Rogers. Burnett. Here's your secret phone, Ruth. What do you think of it?
Looks like we're bucking a mighty smart hombre.
Smart, all right, but he's tipped his hand this time. The fellow we're after is on the other end of this line.
And there's the button that'll put his voice on the wire.
Not so fast. If we tip ourselves off, we'll never get him.
Then what do you plan to do?
Find another receiver set like this one. Rogers, you and Burnett, stay here and press that button at 2 o'clock, and I'll be on the other end to receive it.
But where will that be?
Zaroff's ranch.
Zaroff?
Yes. For weeks I've had a hunch that he's responsible for the attacks on these Indians, and now we're going to prove it.
But how are you going to get into his place?
When he isn't there. You boys stay here and press that button. Ruth and I will do the rest.
Yes? For you, Mr. Zaroff, it's Vining.
Yes, Vining, what is it? So you got the X-94 to jam the store? All right, keep your eyes open, and we'll get it out of there tonight. The Indian girl has found out about that cave. A fortune waiting me, and my hands tied by that interfering ranger.
There's Morgan now. What do you suppose brings him here?
Well, you won't find out standing there. Get back to the laboratory, Metzger. And if I ring, you know what to do.
Right.
Been an accident, Zaroff. Girl's been hit.
I'm sorry to hear it, but...
Looks like she'd been thrown out of a car. We'd better get her to a doctor.
Of course, I'll phone Dr. Potter.
No, that won't be quick enough. Better take her in your car.
By all means, Morgan, go right ahead. I'll join you as soon as I get my hat.
Why didn't you let me drive her?
Because he's trying to put something over. And I want him to think I fell for it. You'll hear from me later.
Still breathing. You get her to the doctor. I'll follow on Tony.
"15 minutes more.
And we'll know if Zaroff is the man we're after.
No danger. Just the boss. Let him in.
Everything's all set, Mr. Zaroff. You've got those sacks of X-94 hidden behind the counter. They're ready to go when you want them.
Never mind that. I got the phone.
That phone in there was taken out when the store was closed. We've been using one down the street.
I've got to call Carlton at the ranch. Come on.
Easy there, Carlton. Start talking. But be sure and give the right answers.
Hello?
Is that you, Carlton? Yes, the girl's all right. The doctor's looking after her now. Any important messages for me?
Messages? Why, yes. That, oil man.
What's that again?
That oil man is sending our supplies.
Good. I'll call you again sometime. Carlton's in trouble. That oil man's sending our supplies. Tom, S.O.S. I suspected a trick. Tom Morgan's at my ranch. Come with me.
You can't break in here, Morgan. What do you think you're after?
Zaroff, and I'm going to get him. Come on, Carlton, quit stalling. Show me where that wireless phone is to the cave.
Well, if there's a wireless phone here, I don't know anything about it.
In exactly 5 minutes, there's a phone call coming in from the cave.
You're wrong, Morgan. There's no wireless phone here.
That's your story. Stand back.
No answer.
You suppose Tom's in trouble?
I don't know.
Drop that, Morgan. Morgan, you're done. Drop that, Morgan. Morgan, you're done. You'll never be able to use any of the evidence you have collected against me. That's just a rough idea of what X-94 means to me. And if it was not for your meddling, I'd be the most powerful man in the world.
Thanks for the compliment.
But you're not going to stop me any longer. With you out of the way, I'll be able to drive the Indians off of the reservation and mine all the X-94 I need.
You feel pretty sure of yourself, Zaroff. But you forget that I have evidence enough to hang you.
Yeah, but you'll never get the chance to tell it to the judge. Any last requests you'd like to make?
Well, a condemned man usually smokes a cigarette before he dies. Got the makings?
An old trick, Morgan. Trying to blow tobacco in her eyes so we couldn't see, eh?
You win.
You got anything more to say? All right, boys, you know what to do.
That's another old trick, Zaroff. But you've got to have a good horse to do it. Come over here. Well, I guess I'll be able to tell the judge all about you and your gang after all. Come on. Get going.
It's Morgan's Rangers.
Fire, boys. Get some tear gas bombs out of that truck.
I wonder why they quit shooting. Morgan might be up to some trick. Keep your eyes open, boys. I'll get around behind them through the secret laboratory.
Come on, Carlton.
How about the others? They won't be able to get away.
What do we care?
Keep them busy now.
He's double-crossed us. I'm going to surrender. I can't stand it. We may as well give up.
Hold the tear gas bombs, Morgan. We surrender.
Throw those guns out the window. Now come out with your hands in the air.
Where's Zerloff and Carlton?
They double-crossed us. They left us here for targets while they made their getaway.
Keep an eye on them, fellas. I'll find out whether they're telling the truth. And if you're lying, it's going to be your last lie.
We're telling the truth.
How'd they get away?
Through the secret entrance of the laboratory. They locked the door on the other side.
Shut up, you fool.
Why should I? Didn't Zaroff walk out on us?
There must be some other entrance. Where is it?
Come on, I'll show you. My papers! They're gone! He's taken my secret formulas. The work of a lifetime.
What good will that do it? He'll never be able to operate the secret mine on the reservation again.
But I'd almost completed an experiment for making X-94 synthetically. And if Zaroff is able to complete it, he'll be able to make it with common sand.
Followed the secret tunnel all the way to his study, and there isn't a trace of him.
We gotta find Zaroff. Take the prisoner to headquarters. I'll pull and block all the roads. Well, put the telephone out of commission. I'm taking a shortcut to headquarters.
What are you so nervous about?
I'll feel a lot better when we get this X-94 on the plane.
Oh, come on.
Getting bright on it.
The crazy fools leaving oil on the road.
I thought we were gone then.
So did I.
When you get that car started, Zaroff, how about giving a fellow a little lift back to Ranger headquarters?
Get out.
I'm mighty glad for you, Tom. Thanks. The Ravenhead tribe is very grateful. The money they got from the government for the X-94 deposits will make them the richest Indians in the nation.
Maybe they should have thanked the Zaroff Oil Company.
It's a shame that a man as clever as Zaroff couldn't have directed his talents into the right channels. He would have been a big man.
They're celebrating your new appointment.
Why aren't you?
It's going to be lonesome with Father gone.
How would you like to go to Washington? You know, a director of Indian Affairs needs a secretary.
Do you mean it?
There's your contract.